Hello, friends. I'm so afraid my mic is gonna sound weird. Hold on. Hello. Okay, cool. It sounds good. All right. How's it going? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Today I'm just editing a few things in the overlay. Then we'll be pogging. I just wanted to change some things around because I liked the overlay that we were setting up yesterday. Let's see, this is 31. Line height of 1.7. Text scrolling 4. And then settings 31. Text scrolling 4. Out. Desperation. I hope everyone's having a great Thursday. I'm getting blinded by my light. Hi, Noble. Hi. Hi. How are you? Text settings. I'm gonna make this 31.7. Text scrolling at 4. Save. Shit, that's small as fuck. That's small as fuck. A little off today, but surviving. Understandable. If you need a hug, I got you. I'm giving you all the biggest of huggies. If that would help at all. It could not. Maybe you're like, ew, Elaine, don't hug me. With your cow cooties. And I'll be like, you know what? Valid. Fuck, you cannot see that. Fuck. Alright, I think it's because the text is too the cow cut cuties. The cooties. You know, like when you're young and you're like, ew, cooties, ew. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. Why is it not scrolling? Why is it not scrolling? Well, I don't understand why it's not scrolling. Okay, well, yeah, we have to fix the other things first. We'll do that first. The raid. Anxious. I'm not doing this to me. Save. It's still not scrolling. I think it's really weird that it's not like it's scrolling here, but it's not scrolling there. Okay. Not being able to talk to myself sucks. That's understandable. I talk to myself quite often, especially when I'm thinking. Oh, cool thing happened today. What happened? Tell me. Oh, now they're scrolling. Anxious. That's so small. Torrico. Out of shirt. Somebody tell me. Why am I anxious? Why is God doing this to me? Maybe make it bigger. How's that? That's a lot better. Okay. 41 1.3. 41 1.3. 41 1.3. 41 1.3. 41 3. Save. And then raid. 41. 1.3. And then save for the last one. 1.3. Okay. Just gonna edit just a little bit. Okay. Perfect. Cool. Oh, I have to replace the mini. Hi, Kiwi. Hi. Hi. How's it going? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, where's your keyboard? Remember, she also the one who got back to me into Atoma Games told me I can get a discount. Oh, that's so nice. I guess I'm presuming you calm them a lot, so honestly, that makes a lot of sense. So that's very nice of them, though. It's very nice of them. Did I place this? Browse. I did not. Oh, I love you. Today has been a headache. No, I'm so sorry. No, give me your headache. I had a headache earlier. I can handle it. Give it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take everybody's pain. Pixels, thank you for the check-in. Cassette, charm, screen. Hi. I think we're all good now. Take away chat's iPad for a little bit. Don't need a brain rot all day long. I think we're good. I quite like this layout. It's very clean at the top. Makes me happy. Oh, but Kiwi got a headache. You got a headache. I also have a headache. I had a headache yesterday from dehydration, but we're good. Today we're a lot better. Today should be National Headache Day. I'm down for it. National Headache Day. But yeah, no, I was. Whoa. Uh-oh. The barn? What did I talk about? I've already forgotten. Okay, well, first things first. Use keyboard high screens, and then mouse, and then I think it's shift 1. Oh shit, it actually lines up still perfect. Oh, Pog? Okay. I want to check something. Yeah, this. I'll have to resend this to BZ, but that's okay. Can I expand all of them? Or I guess I could leave the ones expanded that are done, I guess. Wait. Oh, no, that doesn't do anything. Oh, wait. Cancel. Oh. Okay. I got an appointment this morning for them to tell me that the provider is out sick and they rescheduled me for the afternoon with the provider who doesn't treat ADHD, so I had to reschedule for next Thursday. Oh, I'll punch him. I'll punch him in the face. I'll punch the doctor. On the upside, I weighed myself for the first time in months and I'm down 20 pounds. Woo! Look at you, being healthy. Being healthy. Very proud of you, Kiwi. That's crazy, though. 20 pounds is crazy. If I lost 20 pounds, I'd be unstoppable. But I like being chubby. I like being chubby. I need to see the doctor for this cough. Not gonna lie, that's a good idea, especially if it's like not something that is typical for you to have. I would definitely say you should definitely get that checked out if you can. Takes you further from me. Someday we gon' set it off. Someday we gon' have this off. Don't you head it off. I think the rest of these don't have. Just making sure. I don't think they do. Here, I'll go all the way down. Oh, these are mine. These are the specific ones. Look like that, all the wine. We're way behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, back to the top. Okay, I'm just trying to see what's for that. Someday I'm trying. Should I change these? I should have changed these to like control 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's okay. Actually, I could do that right now. Try just takes you further from me. Guide toggle. Left shift. I don't know, left shift. Shift 2. And then left shift 3. And then left shift 4. 4. There we go. Been going on for almost a week? No! That's such a long time. Okay. Save. No. Now we go back to me. And then we do shift 1. I forgot. I think it's like it's old. Oh fuck. Everyone getting sick lately? Yeah, this is true. This is true. This tracker should be on like the back. Yeah. I'll put my, because I had an idea, but I just have to make sure no other hotkeys conflict with it. I just realized. I love this song. I love this song. I love this song. It looks so small now. Shift 1. Okay. Moved out to a new city. Moon is falling down on me. I'm without a care inside. Ooh, this can't be right. 'Cause the sun's engaged to the sky. My best friend found a new guy. I'm only getting older. Never had a shoulder to cry on. Someone to call mine. Yeah, remember that one. This one is the one we want to edit. The ocean fell right in, outside and burn my skin. My life won't go my way. Okay, looking good. Someone so rare. Okay, now I gotta figure out what controls for BLT's hat. Is it engaged to the sky, my best friends found in your I need to write that down. To call my BRB, no problem. To do. Let's put this over here. BLT hat toggle is, I think, left control, and what was it? Minus. So cool. Okay. Save. No. And if I go, damn, 4:30. It's about that time. You better be getting some resty. Okay, so now if I do this, I do control minus. Perfect. I slept too much today, so I lost track of time. Oh, that's valid. If you got a lot of sleep, that's valid. I forgot to make a promo for today. I'll go live post. Yeah, I want to play Minecraft today. I'll be honest. I think I want to play Minecraft today. Yeah, because yesterday gave me so much. No, that's valid. That makes sense. Twitch promos. Why is the chat not scrolling again? Oh, I did the wrong one. That was chat. Oops. Oh, oops. No. No. I wish I could color these. I can color them! Holy shit. Did you know you could change the color of sources? Ooh, baby, we're about to get... Oh, we're about to get so organized. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. I didn't know you could change the colors. I didn't know this. Oh! I discovered that one day and I know! It's such a simple thing. You wouldn't think they'd have it, but they do. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Set color. My blue. My models. Cassette. These are set items. So I will color them orange. Do I need to clean out my stream so soon? Yeah, valid. Custom color, orange, okay. Set color, custom color, orange. Has always. Tell me if you can. Oh, grace. Chat, charm, screen. Audio needs background. Audio needs guys at the very bottom. This would be orange. It's like a set item. Chat goes with the red color because it goes with alerts. Charm. You shall love me when I'm not. Set color. Give it a color. Hee, what a cute emote. Okay, well, I would want. I want to charm on top. Then. There. And then. This kind of makes more sense. Yeah. And chat iPad. Yeah, and then BLT prop. I'm gonna go in accessories. Yeah, and then booth core, break timer, Show in chat something. Yeah, the rest of that can stay as it is. Cool. I don't even know what the fuck I was looking for, but I'm glad that I got that all sorted out. Hello, Devouring. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. I can't make them smaller, which sucks. That's okay. There we go. Okay. This is me. I feel like I've been here for like 10 minutes. I forgot to say hello. I think my social battery is like, no, that's fine. That's okay. We can just vibe. You don't have to talk. You don't have to type. You just vibe. Put me on in the background. Pretty good background noise, I think. Live now. Got low social battery. Put me on as background. Topical. Good vibes in this channel. I actually want to change that to my stream title, because that would be, I think that's nice. Because I understand like people's need to like type when like they come in, and obviously I love saying hello to all of you. But I also understand if like you got a low social battery and then you're kind of like, ugh, I want to be there, but I also want to just die in background. It's like, you know, that's valid. Day is the day where I have to also post Noble's video. Wrong button. Thursday post. Alright, that's done, and then I'm just gonna keep extra title. And today is April 24th. Should be JPEG. Okie dokie artichokies. What are we doing today? We're doing a few things today. Also, I want to change BLT's hat. You want a cowboy hat? Get you a cowboy hat, BLT. VTubing assets, my assets, BLT hats. Having all work just while Redify feels freeing. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I have had quite a few friends that have alt accounts that just kind of post whatever the fuck. This is old now. But yeah, no, I have quite a few friends that do that, and I hear it's very nice because you just can kind of talk about whatever. I want this hat. Let's rasterize this bad boy. What is what? Oh, it's because I made it a JPEG. You mentioned Minecraft. Do you think you'll ever reset the server? Probably not. Probably not. Because I've gone through personally, I've gone through so many servers in my time that I've hosted or others have hosted that is kind of like, plus very little VTuber drama on my own. Yeah, exactly, right? Shit is so bad. Yeah, it really gets saturated. So hi, fruit. But with a Minecraft server, probably not. So when I want to quote unquote restart, I just fly the far fuck away and just make another house somewhere else. Technically, actually, it's in live 2D models. Wait, streaming assets, items. There we go. I really want to remove a lot of these. I just don't feel like I have a need for a lot of them. Well, I guess we'll keep them. Eventually, there will be a Minecraft 2 that you want to reset the server for, but until then, not so much. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay. So if I reload BLT, and I do control minus. He's a little cowboy hat! Okay, I'm happy now. Enjoy your little cowboy hat, buddy. Okay. I still have to have it episode 10. I think I've downloaded and I'm editing currently episode 10 actually. Beef and boof. Yeah, I can also look at DaVinci because I'll need to open that today. Speaking of DaVinci, speaking of things to do today, I need to take my meds. Thursday. Fuck. Did I already eat my Thursday meds? What? I didn't eat my Thursday meds? Whoops. I think I ate Adderall yesterday and I was not supposed to. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, it's med time. Everybody, if you have meds, take your meds. It's take your med time. Let's take our meds together. Let's take our meds together. Pixels, may I have more water? Let's sort out my meds. Might not be listening. Thank you, King. The King of Water. Pixels should be Poseidon. Guys, if I could control an element of Earth, what would you pick? Do you think I would be like Earth or water? Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, depending, but I never take them on Friday or Wednesdays. Mexico. Okay. This one. And then this week is Hall of V Fame, I believe, because we're doing someone. Yeah, we're doing Gouda. Save. Uncheck all of these. Am I behind on uploading VODs? I think I might be. Let me prepare today's TikTok first. Yeah, this one is done, so change cover for that. Save. Art tips, the newest one, and then yeah, I did that one. Today's Matara and Noble. Along the current of Mexico. Okay, we'll do that. And then MataraCon is the next. Let's do this. Let's do video editing. And away we'll go, away, Santiana. There we go. And then we can go here. There's Matara. She should be at the top, actually. Boop. Boop. Thank you. I just realized my pill case has like a tiny H for Thursday and a tiny U for Tuesday, so you could tell the difference. One of my pills tasted a bit, like the coating on it tasted sweet. That was weird. I think it was the vitamin D. So I take vitamin D so I can, because I don't get enough of that sun, chat. And it tasted sweet. That was weird. Oh, hey, Santiana. And away we'll go. And then this goes in Hall of Fame. No. This thing over here to here. Copy, paste. Mark Avenue, France. Oh, France. France. Next. Public. Make public at. Okay, 3. Thank you for the head patch, Rainer. Okay, I lurk. Want to wind down in bed? No problem. I love ya. Have fun. Have fun winding down. We'll be here. Switch accounts to maincoow VODs because I really think I forgot to upload a VOD yesterday. Love you, bestie. Oh, we've got was boost. Alright, we still have to work on copywriting this guy. Do. 2 more. Continue. Save. Trim. Close. No, that's processing. Okay, the last one we uploaded was the 15th, which I believe was last Tuesday. Mariana Cross, just another Holy Mary. Mariana Cross, you choose to run away with me. I will tickle you internally. I see nothing wrong with that. This one. Okay, so the 15th is Tuesday. So the next one, hi Gore! Hi! Ghost, yeah, Ghost is great. Okay, so... Hi Wolfie! What was I thinking? I was thinking something, but I've forgotten. Oh, right. I need to download things. Yes. I'm remembering things. Starting with Beef and Boof. This is episode 11. Water. The stream date was yesterday. And then the stream time. I'm trying to get beans on my feet. Beans on your feet. Beans on your feet. Run across. If you choose to run away with me, we'll tickle you internally. I see nothing wrong with that. Trying to get beans on my toast. That's very British of you. Very British of you. Alright, and then we turn off. Oh, this is episode 11. Boom. Like this. Export. Make it bend and break. Let the good times roll in case God doesn't show. You are what you eat. I don't eat beans though. I eat beans sometimes, but I don't like eat it as like a main ingredient of something. I think it's like a partial ingredient to things. Back to the night one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so. It tastes like you, only sweeter. I think I actually do have that one done. Oh, beef and boof. Just need to upload it. And then this guy, and then if we go back, and then we go here. Thumbnails, beef and boof. 11, finish cropping, save changes. To the future, but my eyesight is going bad. This crystal ball, it's always cloudy except for you look into the past. One night stand, oh, one night and one more time. 41 I have, and then we're just making sure I have last Friday's VOD then. Holy sweetheart. Oh, last Friday was the 18th. Yes, we have the 18th. We have the... What is this one, though? What is the 15th? Oh, this was Tuesday. What the fuck? I clicked into that VOD. It was playing the same song that it's playing right now. That was fucking weird. The luck. Okay, I have to start downloading Monday stuff. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. It tastes like you, only sweeter. Thanks for the happy ass. Alrighty. Now I gotta prepare Hollow V fame. Thanks. Work meeting time, no problem. Don't even know what poker man that even was. It smells like burning out my window. It smells like charcoal out my window. Did I Beezy stream yesterday? Hold on, I just want to be a stalker really quick. Jersey, Beezy. I know they've been busy. I don't know if they streamed yesterday. They did not. Oh, sad face. Who is streaming today? Probably should have a multi-stream up, just because I normally do. Gord is doing stuff. Vythe is doing stuff. Fierce is doing stuff. Wanzangi is doing stuff too. Oh, they're doing the charity stream. Awesome. This one, no. V-Star was. Yeah. Hi, Ghosty. Hello, welcome in.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hello! Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. Cooking. These stars. Twitch. I'm exhausted emotionally. Seems like that might be the theme for today, honestly. So if you need to just lurk and vibe and put me on in the background, it's totally fine. I can't spell. Okay, well, fun works. Noble. Where is it? Is it this one? I actually don't know if no more. Probably will, and I need to head out a little bit to work soon. No, that's understandable. I hope you have a good work day. TikTok. Bonkus. Wackus. Bonkus. Hello, Wacky. Ooh. This is noble. This is noble. Follow back. Do this anymore. Oh my god, it's Wacky. Oh my god. He's alive. He is. Okay, so now I take this thing. Actually, no, I have to do the other part first. Anyway, just like before. I didn't mean to click that. There we go. It's not uploaded yet. I really need to post the other stuff, but I have to render them, and I can't render them on stream. Yes, it says vid position, crop one. Rendering eats my computer. Yep. I'm trying to think. Crop is 78,000? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Okay, well. There you go. Ah! Okay, I gotta head out, but I'll be lurking. No sweat. We'll be here hanging out. Hope you have a good time at work. We will miss you. Yeah. Slime. Noble. Baby mode. Okay. Boop. Boop. Hi. Outfit. Boop. Hi. Hi. I'm a small guy now. What you gonna do about Noble? You made me small. Better not bully me. It's chibi, yeah. So how's life? I've been on semi internet break. Life is lifing. It's not bad nor exceptionally weird. Was you okay? Those are ready for soon. Bully? Why bully? Don't bully me. I don't know. Is the bully? Ah! I'm back. But you didn't know that would happen, huh? beef 10. This one. That's valid. I thought it would be funny to just have a little effect that happens when I get bullied.
Oop, I have to fart.
Where did I put the South of Midnight stuff? I need to put a new folder. South of Midnight. Twitch edits. EP. Always EP. This was not what I wanted. I wanted a new folder. I wanted a... Wait, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's that one, actually. Yeah, you're just in the video. Wish well. God forbid, ibuprofen, goblin cleanup. South of Midnight Part 1, Part 2. I wish I could move this. That's fine. That's other thing. Do birthdays and template happy talk. Is that so? Okay, I think that's good. And now, Hollow V famous, right? Okay. Oh boy. Okay, cool. It's in a trust fund back east. It's a tongues. Please don't see your cheeks. There's some other girl's cheek. Boyfriend. And I ain't fucking Tyrion, and I ain't fucking scared of him. Eclipse. I think it's like 0.7 something for bottom center. 0.73. 0.73. Negative 496, I believe. Yes, sir. Got that right. Got that right. Oh, don't just hold on. I'm supposed to delete that track. Over your arms. There's the mother in your arm when you lost this. Oh, I vaporized now. You have a good stream. Have fun. Have a good vaporize. Goodbye. We'll miss you. I was left. Alright, left. I'm left, huh? I need 303 to make a new banger. I do too. I do too. Negative 90, negative 514. Girl, shut your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your lips. Shush, girl. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. That's bothers me. Gotta go back. This one. And talk with your hips. Oh, Star Trek's such a good one. PNG export. Hollow V fan, Gorgora. Yes. Place. Nope. trust the hoe. Trust the hoe. Trust me. Okay. Now let's make subtitles. Oh. It's like we do make them and go. Do that do. So let's see through. Just make it. Do like it. Do. There's no Oh, Right. Cool. No to nothing down. Taking the number. That's a fantasy notes. This guy wants me to save my video. 21st. Cool. Alright, we're gonna change back. Did it come out? Did it come out? Is it out now? Is Gecko Shop out now? What? Oh, look at them. Ah! Oh, look, it's a backstreet market. Oh, look at all those chickens. Look at all those chickens. Oh. Oh, what is so bad? It's got 16 achievements. It's got 16 achievements. They have fishing mini games. Stroke my screen. Like I'll put that away, chat. Why? Is 19-3 hidden? What is so bad? Wait, I think I might have leftover. Wait. Might have leftover birthday money. We'll have to wait a little bit because Pixels is in a meeting and he's holding my birthday money. I realize I fucked up though. Kung Fu fighting. Da, 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 da. Kill mods, huh? He's already dead. He's already dead. Get him. He's already dead. He's already dead. It's okay. It's okay, Buffy. Saribot already took care of him. Subscribed. I still see it? Maybe it's a 7TV thing? On my end, hold on. On my end? It says one message was deleted by moderator. Saribot has deleted them, banned them. So it could be like a 7TV thing, maybe? Okay, so this one is the most. A lot of these are WebMs, which makes me upset, but that's okay. I think this is the animation. I like that part right there. I think I'll keep this. I'll probably take actually multiple parts from this anime, actually. Animation. And then, what is the cropping for this one? It is, B-roll is, interesting. That's how I did that. Okay. 78, 6,600. 600. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. Post. Post. Okay.
I've got my boots. I've got my hat. I'm bringing country back.
You are with your little cowboy hat. Do you like your cowboy hat? I hope you do. And then let's see how much we talk. Okay. I might want to use a different video for this actually. Because I was seeing like clips of like Guro because people were sad that she's graduating and I want to use those instead. Is it this one? I actually do want to download this though. Hopefully it's still in the right folder, but it might not be. It is. Yippee! I could be actually in the beginning of this video, actually. Yeah, that was really cute. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Let's do crop, zoom, position, apply, obtain. To love the rules, and so do I. We need to put on drinking up. You understand. I didn't desert you. Make you cry. Going on. I didn't expect Rick Roll today, especially in this stream. What do you mean? Rick Astley is great. We ain't Rick rolling you, we're Rick Rizzling you. The song is an actual banger, it is. I should really like this song. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's good shit right there. Oh fuck. Does it start? Where does it start? Right here? I do like getting Rick Rizzled though, actually. Exactly. He's a good Rizzler. What can I say? If I was a lady in the Rick Astley era, I too would be giving up my pussy for some of that, you know? Probably, I think. I don't actually know. Going on. I'm gonna play it. And if you ask how I'm feeling, make you understand. I do request another, but I don't have no points yet. You could tell me it. I don't mind. What song you want? I don't mind just tossing it. I don't mind tossing it. She wants to dance with me? You got it. It's a remastered version, apparently. It will happen after Bonfy song. How is this? How is this? Okay. Actually, let's do this. Oh shit, it has to be that big. That's crazy. Freedom, the cue. It's already playing though. Okay, I will play it next. Smile. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to open Audacity. Oh, leave me alone. Breaths! Oh my lord. Okay, we're gonna remove this for now. Oh, Huda debut clips. And then I want to download this guy. That's translating. I'm wondering if they have like a YouTube video that's like, what? I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. Why is she holding a weapon? What? What? Okay. There we go. Put that over there. Myth. Cora's listening to you while she goes on her daily walk to recovery. Yippee! You got this, Gore! Smell that fresh air. See them chickens. Don't touch the chickens though, because they could peck you. But do it. Walk. Feel the shoe on your toes. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Feel the shoe on your toes. Exactly. Okay, well, you didn't have to take up the whole monitor. Why are you so big? Why are you so wide? What's happening? Okay. I actually might do it from this side. Start with Amelia and then go over to Gouda. Okie dokie. That's a little bit fast. Okay, how's that? Or asked you if you have a playlist, you could send it to him. That depends on what they're in the mood for. Cause I just normally play the DJ. But I have a lot of good like songs. I don't know if can I share this playlist? Can you share this? Can I share this? Can I show them? I don't know if I can share my like songs. I don't really have. Cause like I feel like a lot of the music I play is just an amalgamation of all my playlists. To be honest. I can't believe Gouda got Casey Edwards for her song. Was that her latest song? to be a little bit sooner. Okay, cool. That's cool. She's the one that made Bury the Light. Oh, that's cool. Man, Gouda is one of the most popular VTubers out there, you know? Cause it's getting cold. It's getting stormy. Real recognizes real, you know? I mean, yeah, she's very popular. Oh, shit. Was this literally what I wanted? Oh, shit, it is. So I want... essentially this. Let me look at the cropping again. 600. Because this is... Oh, actually I could do this section, I think. Instead. I could do that section instead. Song goes hard, it does go hard. Okay. And then... so like this section, I guess. C-O-B. Change speed to like 150 probably. And then just crop it in a bunch. I'll make it much shorter so it can fit. I don't want to see if this can come back at all of it. And then, like, scoot it over so we can see Gouda a little bit. There we go. Okay, and then that's the clips, and then surpasses. Uh, um, I think the next portion will probably be to do. I think this one actually needs to go here. It'd be cool if there was like a clip of them talking about it. Maybe take this one. Oh, my neck. Ah! Let's see, we take this guy. I think like from there to here. I kind of don't like the way this is getting cropped. I feel like that would look better, but let me check the last videos. Betel was the last one. Ah, I'm so much taller. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm not. 514. Love you, fam. Bottom left, negative 514. Position. Okay, so the cropping should be 600. I guess we'll just focus on. And then this should be 1476. Okay, just making sure. This should be lower. And then this would come down here as well. Make sure everything feels about the same. Negative 569, negative 569. 569? 569, not 596. Negative 569. My keyboard is dying. There we go. Alright, now we need the clips up. Then this one. Let's see. Let's do. Like this, maybe? Yeah, that works. I have to scoot everything over, though. Yo, what's up? Just got back home from the vet. How was the vet? Hope the babies are doing well. Gotta take everything else. Scoot. Cool. Not good. Honeybug got attacked at the door. No, what happened? How? Oh no, are they okay? Why? Why? Not Honeybun. Is Honeybun gonna be okay? Please don't be that. Honeybun's gonna be okay. Ah. Where did I get that clip from? EYS. Hope Honeybun's okay. Yeah, who made this? Geeky. Not you. You come back. You also come back. When we got there, I saw a pit bull was way back from the other dogs, and on a leash, suddenly the motherfucker broke free, starts attacking other dogs, and Honey got in between. Honey Dog, the hero! Oh, baby was so strong. Hope they're okay. Hope the injuries are not too bad. Gonna be at the vet for a few days because of all the bites. Oh, poor baby. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not too nasty though, and they'll be home soon. You know? Can't tell the same about the pit. Whoa. I mean, yikes. Yikes. I don't know what happens when you don't take care of your dog, you know? When I got there, Honey Bun was on his neck and it wasn't moving. Yikes. Okay. Well, you know, hopefully all dogs are okay, because, you know, We love animals here, and we don't want to, make anybody too sad. Yikes. Hey, even so, it's the owner's fault bringing an aggressive dog to the park with no muzzle. Is it asking for buttons and not a problem? Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. That, leashes are required in quite a few dog parks, so. Makes sense. I see, Gura, you do, and we're doing a video on her which will be posted on the day she graduates. Sip the gossip until you drove it. Gossip run down your throat. Iconic, you just like them all. But you don't know. Sip the gossip, sing to you roll. The gossip down this road. Iconic, you just. Nice. The gossip drink till you drove it. The gossip run down the road. Iconic, you are just like them all. Don't act like you don't know. Shape the gossip drink till you drove. Okay, now I need music. Them all. Like at work, anybody's so late, just chilling, even outside. But when it comes to Tango, he's ready to go. Jesus. And you gotta have, different energy levels, because if you have different energy levels, they can keep each other entertained. I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised you hadn't already, Rhino, but I'm very proud of you. I hope you're having a good time with it. Nah. It has audio. It has lyrics. We don't want lyrics. Let me see. There you go. Actually, I want to do. I passed it this morning. I'm at 116 at the moment. Nice. Video editing source of time. My baby, he's bald. They had to remove all his coat to treat the bite marks. He looks so straight. Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor baby. Well, I'm sure they'll look great with their new coat, you know, because the second coat probably will grow softer, you know. Save. Okay. Delete tracks. Save. I'm gonna restart this program. And then I'm gonna mark it off. A strange way have you tried to put something? Okay. This guy, this one, edit. We're doing music now. Remove this guy. I'll do probably New York Times a little early today. Text color generates. Well, I generate. We'll do the New York Times games. So I like doing it while we were waiting for things to render. Okay. Tiny cotton swab. Ball. Hat. Ooh, leaves on the stove for too burns. They're used to hunt and peck. What? I'm trying to focus here. Oh, button that might make a whoosh sound. Whoosh? Button that might make a whoosh sound? What? Word pronounced like it's the first letter, which is followed by its vowels. Feature of an extravagant wedding dress. Contract. Verbal alternative to tap on the shoulder. Psst. Some backyard BBQs. BBQs. Workspace, scripts, comp. Text base, generate. Okay. Tiny cotton swamp. Cotton. I don't know. Tiny cotton swabs? I don't know what would end with P. Birds. When I think of hunt and peck, I think of, I don't know why, but I think of beetles. Quiet. is followed by 4 vowels. Okay. A-E. Q. Oh, it's Q. Q. Oh, this one's Q-tip. Oh, bees. It's not beans. Signed as a contract. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Thank you. Used to hunt and peck. Button that might make a whoosh sound. A seal? No. I have to come back to that one. Alright. And then what is the Snapchat is negative 348? Subscribe to VTubers worldwide with over 4.4 number 1 spot from the industry pioneer. 2021. Starting as a little fish in a big pond. Originally initiated with Hollow Myth members and their Hollow Lives. Since then, she created a vast ocean of memories with her gen mates and chum buds. No. There we go. Is this being posted? Girl is currently graduating, but maybe small in stature, but has taken a ginormous bite out of all of our hearts. Cool. Wrong one. Thunder, save. 14. Save. Okay. What would sign as a contract in? Oops. Sign as a contract. Inks? Ink, duh. Okay. Okay. Train? Train? Okay, whatever. Spelling bee time. Gamma Métis. Already? Okay. That's cool. I don't have money to subscribe. Spies. Okay. Prime. Okay, so it's something IE. Tile? No. Fine. Okay, so it's something. Not Hilnile. I don't think the 9. Oh, Genie. What about Genie? Yes! Okay. Sweet girl, she's certain times pain. Hi, Havoc. How are you doing? Okay, we gotta download Tuesdays. Because Tuesday, I think, is when we tried the Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, so. Okay. I want to listen to this song. You know, I do want to listen to this next song. Let's look for music first, because I wanna. Copyright free sounds. I like this. Video editing. Son. Then we gotta unlink these. Black old sun, won't you come and wash away with me? Won't you come? Won't you come? Download. can wash away. Sun, won't you come? This one, this one. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, so this will be like this, this, down more. Okay, so we do this, 2, 3, boop, boop. And then this one would be this way. Then 1, 2, 3. And then this one, I wanted to start 3. So it's like, woo! Sun, won't you come and wash away the tin? My eyelids. Okay. Place. Woo. Okay, so this one. Well, start here. And we'd get. Okay, and then what is the B-roll for this? Let me see, hold on. Yup, 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 yup. Get off the sofa. Okay, time for multi-twitch time. Let's see. It's lagging. I don't like it when it lags. Okay. Let me put you over here. Let's do Zongi Bongi. Jules. Jules and Mad Monty. Mad Monty YT TV. Yeah. Start watching. Okie dokie. So we already got labels. We got music for this guy already, and now we're just editing everything together. Okay. Oh, right, the roll for fun. The B-roll is 78924. 78. I think I'd almost start with actually this section. Then I think that's the Tuesday VOD, but let me check. It could have been the Monday VOD, but I think it was the Tuesday VOD. It is the Tuesday VOD. Okie dokie. Or Monday VOD. Oops. Session soon Chrome. Should just find the section in which I played it. Really should just find the section. This section, I think. It is. Do change speed 150. Okay, so this. I think it'd be interesting if we showed the Balatro card when, like, Talk about nothing. What did I talk about? Talk about nothing. Okay. Ooh. I don't know if that's okay because I can't really hear it, but I think it'll be fine. Freak out. Cool. Hmm? Subtitle track. Timeline. Create subtitle 1. Create and back to New York Times. New York City. Course material. Salt? Crack? I feel like I see the word crack, but I feel like it's not. See, peas? The VOD. Second. Salt? I don't understand what they mean by course material. Sheep. Bark? That makes sense. Sand? Pants. What about coal? Is coal one of them? Coal? Rope? Stuff. Pumice. Loofah? Oh, is it? Oh, I was gonna say rock salt, but I don't think. Oh, it's rough stuff. Rough stuff. Why is it not salt? Crack is a word in this. I feel like crack. Sand. Oh, sandpaper. this? What the fuck is this word? Ka. Cause I don't know what this word is. Cause it's only one. It's one big word. Salt. Maybe it's not salt. What the fuck is this? I'm looking it up. Strands words. Reason my heart's been. I roll 2. Campbell. But here's how. Oops. Hold on. Let's do it this way. I haven't done this way in a while. Where'd the back of it go? Okay, well, I'll have to fix that later. Off with your head. Oof. Dance till you're dead. Head will roll. Head will roll. Head will roll on the floor. Off with your head. Dance till you're dead. I do want to check what's up with that. What did I do wrong? That's not. Overlay. Clean crayon. It's the same. Hold on. Studio mode screen. Hold on. Is it because I changed the name of it? Screen, desk area, toggle, hide projector. This one? No. Is it this one? It should be... This one should be off. Should be on? Or wait, and then... Okay, wait. It's this one that I think is wrong. Okay, that should always be on. Then this was my first one. There we go. Okay. All fixed now. Oh yeah. And who's a sexy bitch? La 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 la. Bellagio. Bellatro. Oops. It's supposed to be two. Two, just. Actually, I did this backwards. Just two. Alley. A. I find it very interesting that it's not reading Bellatro correctly, because I did make sure to pronounce Bellatro. At least I tried to pronounce it with the letters a little bit more, but this is like, no, you did not. I guess hearing. Save. And then we're gonna reopen this bad boy so we can do subtitles. Oh fuck, I forgot strands NYT. Hints. Yeah, give me a hint. I didn't know there were hints. I want to know. Sackcloth? Sackcloth? Oh my god. Stupid ass shit. What the fuck do you mean sackcloth? Don't fucking suck my sack. Oh, I forgot to give you guys your iPad. Here you go. Here you go. I hurt my tongue. I tried to yawn while I was trying to stretch my tongue while I was yawning. That was weird. Ow, hurt my tongue. Play. Oh, cool. Connections archives. Too bad I don't have money to spare for this. You fucking bitch. Cornfield, iceberg, butter, milk, baby powder, scarecrow, pictures, polar bear, penguin, leaf, musician, bane, walls, snow, joker, remain. Snow, iceberg, milk, butter. Damn. Polar bear, iceberg, snow, penguin. What? Okay. All right. Baby powder. Whoa, okay. Ooh, this is stressful. I only have one fuck up left. Iceberg lettuce, romaine lettuce, butter lettuce. Types of lettuce. Arugula, butterhead, radio, spinach, kale, iceberg, escarole, endive, leaf. Yes. I'm gonna do this. Text-based generate. Okay. Core. Fuck. With my soul. Penguin, Joker, Scarecrow, Bane. Batman enemies. Got him. They have literal. Okay. Back to him. Okay. That's not the folder I wanted that to be in. For those of you hanging out today, we might start rigging something fun on stream today, but we shall see. that's not... Well, that's not exactly how it works. But here's how it plays out in Dungeons and Degenerates. Degenerate Gamblers. Battle your way through seedy taverns filled with gambling addicted townspeople in this blackjack roguelike adventure. From aces, face cards, tarot cards, business cards, and more, create your own unique deck to beat the house. I randomly found out about this game on Steam while idly scrolling through the store. So I figured I'd try the demo. I save. Watcho. Too many. Oops. Numbers for you. Then maybe focusing on adding up just to 21 will be up your alley. I've had a lot of fun with this game. So if you need a new deck building game to kick a break from Velacha, definitely check out Dungeons and Dragons, which is out now on Steam. Cool. Okay, so this guy's good. Just need to be rendered. Why are you like that? Don't be like that. You go there. Okay. Okay, I need to hide my screen for a minute while I organize something so that way we can rig it. Or at least play around with the idea of rigging it. I feel like I usually prefer, especially I feel like if it's something more serious, I almost rig it twice. Okay, so okay. That's fine like that. Oh, I'm a refrigerated pie. Dumb ways to die. Many dumb ways to die. See if I can make this. Can I make a TOS though? I just turn everything on. Wait, I should like go through this in order. So this is good. This is good. Is that different? This my button do. Let's check something. Season. Reason. Okay, so I almost want to just keep the original. Oops. Do I? Yeah, I do. I'll just do rear. And the tail. That's good, that's good. Let's do hairpins. And the X is fine. And then my earrings. And then the bow. My hair. And then the horns. Which I can just separate. One. This one L. Should have definitely done this last night, but that's okay. That's good. Things. Here, tuft. Okay. Tuft. Did I make that? No, that's correct. Tuft. Then I'm gonna turn these on. See, it's okay. How do I solo select something in Affinity? Solo. Oops. Working with a selection and Affinity Designer V2, a solo button to hide all the layers. It's called isolating alt click. Right. Left. Okay, I feel bad not showing you guys, so like let's do it this way. There we go. This is the right ear? This is the left ear. Okay, this will be ear front L, ear tuft L1, ear tuft 2, 3, 4, ear back L, and then what's turning since the world's been turning. And R. This will be 2. Oops, that's 3. 3. Oops. Thank you for the boo brainer. This will be 4. And then ear front. Okay, that's rising. 4. And then these are like extra hair bay. I see future outfit. You see a special model. Special model. This is a special model that I have been gifted. That I get to rig. Fancy, huh? I would split this though. So this is side tuft hair. Extra tuft. Right. Special model noise. Yeah, it'll be for our Fansly streams. And I think I'll have like a special thing where like it'll be expensive, so I hope that's okay, but it'll be like we can have this model on Twitch, the TOS version. It'll just be expensive because it's spicy. I don't want to do the face yet. Face I'm doing last. Torso. These are like shoulder. These are clavicles. But I should split them just in case. So this would be clavicle, clav L, clav R. And this is the torso and the hips. This is the hip base. And then the slippers I'll have to separate. Okay, let's go in order. So head, bald cap, this is the head. And then we have the bow. Just and the star. Bow center. And then get out the thing that I have. Bow. Right. And then this. This beautiful model was made by the wonderful Sachiko over on Twitter, so definitely check them out. Bowstring. Or I guess I should write bowstring. String. Right. I have to like not get confused between model left and right. Because it's different than your left and right. It's technically flipped. Okay, neck. I would almost make this just one. Rasterize. I have to hide this part too. Rasterize, but I have to split it. I'm gonna have to guess. Actually, okay. There's gonna be so much of this that I can't rig on stream and it makes me cry. So I love doing everything with you guys, but I can't do this with you guys. What is this? This is like the highlight. I think that could just be. Maybe boop. Oops. Chest. Okay, that's good. Let me turn that off. I think the fingers are fine. I don't know if I'm gonna do more than what's already done with them. Let's see, head, neck. I should keep going in order. The center. That's good. So let's do lace left, right? Yeah. Cause I can set them up, just set them up. This can just go on here, I think. Rasterize. Which is just the baby doll top. And then lace L. Okay. L, low. Lace string L. Hi, Dip. How are you doing? And then this is. We'll just call it the sports top. I. Okay, so this is. This is the. Strap R. Strap L. Yeah, I guess we could. This not go on top of this, though? It would. Well, no, because the boobs are in front. Never mind. Baby doll jacket. I think this can have a space because it's a group. Oh, and an underscore. I think underscores are okay in live 2D. Underscores are okay in live 2D. Yes, underscores. So we ID elements like that. I think underscores are okay. I would change a few things if I knew that, but that's okay. That's what we can do for. That's what we can do for groups then. Baby doll top. Baby doll bow. Name that the same though. Okay. This is sports underbra. And then this is underbra. This is the strap. Took off the rest of the torso, right? No, I need to though. There we go, and then this. Okay, and then the hair too, because I did that one. And these guys, okay. And maybe the top is done. Okay, these are smarts. And then this is the underwear. Underwear straps. That's all good. Yeah, so this will just fix myself. Oops. Oops. Oh my god. No, that's a circle. There you go. Is it? Let me get this even. That's good enough, I think. This is baby doll trim. Then baby doll skirt. Right. Nope, left. Yep. Okay, this is baby doll skirt. Uh-oh. I can just go there. And the slippers. These are already separated. This needs to be like that. And then that's fine. I'll capitalize it though, so it's like everything else. And then right stocking. Stocking R upper, lower, this is sports stocking R L, stocking left lower, this. This guy gets turned off. This guy gets turned off. It's a pretty dang good model. It's a pretty fucking dang great model. This will be the baby doll right leg. No, this is the left leg. Leg. So we have to replace the leg. This is the garter bow. This is the garter center. And then I think I'm gonna split these just because I want to. And then garter. Oops. Garter bow 1. Oh, this should be 1. This one should be 2. So that's how I prefer it. Left being 1, right being 2. And this is the garter lace. And then this, it'll be, these two can come out. This will be baby doll upper leg. Actually, I'll just do baby doll leg and then baby doll upper, and then BD leg upper. This is a body part. We don't really have body parts in this, so baby doll leg, and then we have the normal leg. Leg left upper, leg left lower. Okay. Lower. Sweater arms, some more legs. Sweater arms, I'm gonna have to front. I'm just gonna have to separate these. So this is the sweater right, left, sweater shadow. And I put this in the back, honestly. Well, I'll put it with the body. Oh, I don't think that needs a group. Okay, and then right arm, left arm, arm L. I think I did that wrong. I did. This one. Right, because it's left. That's left arm, yep. And then it's the arm. I guess that's like arm L lower. And then this is arm L upper. This is the ring left. Yeah. And then lower. And then upper arm, lower arm. And then these are the fingers left. Oops. I don't know if I want to cut them more. Okay, I can unblur my screen at this point. I don't know if I want to cut these further. I think I might not for now. Because they're not cut on my current model, so finger is 2. Hi Shadow, how are you? 1. No, I'll name it mid. I need the spacing. This will be ring. Good, how are you? I'm good. Pinky. And I just kind of copied this. Pinky, save that. Thank you. Save it, yeah. And then this would be right. This would be ring. This would be pinky. And then this would be right arm. So it's flipped in Live 2D. Oh. Right arm. And then we do ring arm. R lower. keep pressing T for some reason. Oh, my soul. Should be all good now. So I want it to what is it? Hide others. Oh, I just want this all to be on. Okay, now I gotta do this again. Yeah, okay. Hold the face! Oh, fuck. Hide others, okay. Okay. Look at this beautiful face. This is my band-aid, right? Band-aid. We have white and blue. Nose scar. And then we can separate these. This is nose, shadow. That's good. This is the blush. I'll take the blush out. Blush. This is blush right. I don't like this song. Go away. What's wrong with this? Oh. Oh, I went too far when I was doing it. Okay. How was that much? I think that's better. Okay. Blush. Right. Blush left. Turn off, turn off. Eyes. R. Eyebrow. This is actually the left eye. And then eyelashes. I think I'm just gonna try this as it is. Lower. Extra. My bag. This will be L. And this is the eye itself, so this is the eye reflection. Reflection. Highlight. Color 2. Color 1. Actually, this would be 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. IL base. IL sclera. That's pretty good. I just gotta do the same to the other side. IR. Eyebrow R. Let's see. Eyelashes up. Eyelash R. I have to get to the mouth too. Eyelash R. Oops. Eyelash R. Oop, not that one. These are. And then IL reflection. IR reflection. I highlight. I have to separate the highlights. I highlight 1, I highlight 2, I highlight this guy. One is the bigger one, okay. And 2. Just gonna copy these guys. Boop. My base, and then Sclera R, delete the extras one, my L base, my R base. The eyes are good now. Too violet, too quickly. Okay, I think the mouth is the only thing left then. Lip lower. Lip upper. Rasterize these to lip. Reference. These on top. Then these are my fangs, which are fine. Lips. Lip upper. Lip lower. Teeth. Tongue, and then mouth. Yeah. Which is good. Yeah, I think so. And then gotta hide the screen again. Do the thing. Wahoo! Look on, look on. Okay, and then file, export, PSD, export. Save. Okay. I kind of just want to get the eyes to open and close, and then I'll do something else, I think. Is my plan. Alright, cool. Well, I really just want to do the face today. So, oh goodness, okay. I might have to make myself bald, chat, bald. Okay. Boop, boop. Okay. Save this for now. Save. Just want to make myself blink. That's a lot of groups. Okay. See. Let's group these. Create. Okay. This is the. Oh, I didn't separate the bow. Okay. Create. These are my earrings. Oh, I didn't rename these. Earring 1. Earring 2. Okay. We're just gonna call them earrings for now. These guys are gonna be hairpins. Create horn, hairpins, hair tuft, ear. This is bangs. This is bangs. Create. Except for this guy. This guy's gotta come out. And this is the left ear. Yeah. Create. I'm just gonna lock all these. Not that guy. This guy. Here. Hey Elaine, have you seen the new bulldog skin on COD? I have not. Send it to me. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. This is the nose. I should make like a face one, shouldn't I? Brow L. Let's go on IL for now. Let's do that. Create. One horn. I thought I named this eye mask. Sent, thank you. Oh, look at him. He look like little Pauper, man. I wish I was cuter. I wish he had like silly little eyeballs. Like sunglasses are cool, but I wish he had like silly, like stupid little eyebrows or eyeballs. Oh, this is part of the face. Face part. Hold on. Select all. Let's make this face. I'm gonna say that's head. Oh, and it chews bone. Oh, it did. I see the chew toy. Hee hee. That's cute. That's so cute. I like that. Create. Oh my god. Eyes, nose. Oh, let's do the mouth. Mouth. This is the bow. Show you the rest of the bundle. Ooh, yippee. Bow. Ear, nose, mouth. Okay. This will go in with bangs, I think. There we go. And then the rest of this kind of goes with the head. Oh, god damn it. Earrings, fancy ears, eyes, nose, mouth. Okay. Head. This is the whole head. Okay, and then that's the neck. This is the baby doll top. Great. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love it. It got a little gooey. Oh shit, what the fuck? Single malt scotch? That's fucking fancy. Dog snacks is the reload. Oh, he's got a little drumstick toy too. Oh, these are so cute. I actually really like the guns. The guns are really cute. They're cuter than the skin, in my opinion. And the neck. This is the chest. This is... Would I put this part of the baby doll top? I feel like no, I wouldn't. Okay, so baby doll jacket. Create. At least we know that he has that dog in him. He does. He got that dog in him. Let's go together to be the sports underbra. Underwear. This is the sports underwear. Nope. Create. These all go to... No, because... okay. I think these would actually go in a warp deformer that goes with the bottom half. So, like, this is the hips. I think because of that... Hold on. With this too, okay. Let me show the hips again. So then this, yeah, I think would stay there. Same with this one. Yeah. So hips would have these guys too. Yeah, that makes sense. Panties. Underbrow? No, it's not. It's on hips. Wait, what did I all give it? Baby doll skirt. Oh, baby doll skirt wouldn't go because it's like different. Slippers are fine. Torso. Torso would have chest in it. So this would be torso. Yeah. It's really hard not being able to see everything that I'm doing, but I just can't. I just can't, chat. Next, sports bra. Stonking lower. Yeah, this is fine. Sports stocking. Garter, stocking lower. Is this all one? No, it's not. This would be though. This is baby doll leg. And then this would be I didn't label these. Lower. Yes, Moira. This would be create. And then the baby doll leg would go in here because they're both. The clavicle will go with the torso. And that can be separate. The right leg would need the treatment that I did to the other leg. This one. Lower. And this guy. Create. And then this guy here. Oh, that one goes there. Why isn't there another stocking? Yeah, it's this one. This would also go to the leg though. Slippers. Sports top will go in torso. I think it will go on top of chest. So would the baby doll top. Baby doll jacket. Actually, the strap right would go in right arm. Sports underbra would go in torso. Left so chest with torso. And then the skirt separate. The jacket again would go on the arms. Sweater. Maybe I'll match that one after. Create. And then this arm. I might just keep these in here for now. And that goes there. I don't think that affects that or anything. Okay. I think we have everything all good to go now. And then everything else, leg, hip, torso, jacket. Oh wait, the jacket. Strap R goes in arm R, along with strap L going on the strap. So that's good. So these will all get locked. I just focus on the face. I don't want to deal with this right now. Where are my accessories? Boop, boop. There you go. Now you can tell it's me. I think it's in face parts. Boop. Okay. Go home. Nothing I can do that's really on. I gotta download stuff. I keep me all night long. Save. Okay, I have to do a thing. I have to download the other one too. The one with a cat in it. Delete. I have so many things in here. Let's see. Download. Doll. Alright. It's Elaine, it's me. I might hide my hair for a sec. I'd be bald. Okay. How do I want to do this? Move on, baby doll. See how this looks, maybe? I didn't have the artist cut it because it's such a unique shape. So I want to see what I can do with it first. Okay, I just want to see how this looks. So if I did, so it's already eye open. So if it's eye closed, I'd probably do it like with the wrong one. Okay, not like that. Let me. What does the auto look like? Let's try that. Hold on. Too much. Yeah, there we go. Give me face. Okay, and then this part to come out again. I think I'd feel like this part would also come in and down. Hold on, let me try one more thing. Make them smaller. Just kind of don't want it to be so big. Maybe that'll be better now. Kind of. Okay, how does that look just overall? And then if this goes up. And then I would do Swing to the throne. Let's left, right, go. Okay. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? That's baby, no money. He's onto something. I don't like that this part moves down so much. I think that's where this would come in. Bands. Bald Lane Queen, you stop that. Appreciate it, baby, no money. Okay, let's try this part. Let's do heavy. Or actually, let's do test. No. Let's do. I really should just be doing this by hand. I think this one would help if it was done by hand. Right, left, right, go. And then. Damn, where are my socks? This I do a lot. Up, you're. Hold up, you're done. So it should be in pagoda. Yeah, like I'm Yoda. You can't fuck with me. You're fucking jealousy. We. Okay, and then. Oh my god. Here and here. For this guy, that's for this guy. For this guy, we need one more guy. And then auto connect. See how that works. Wanna up a drink, but it's soda. Ah, wait. Oh, wait, I think I fucked up. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. This thing. Go away. Okay, I'm gonna start with the inside of this. Go. And this one. Yeah, it'll all be hitting hard because I'm so focused on meshing this. Even though it's probably like the most boring process part of this. That's okay. And this part. Alright, let's see how this works. So if I added this. Oh, there. Meow. Hi, Momo Bean. Okay, no, 100%. Just these guys again. Those would be smaller. Just curious if I make them like this small, how it'll affect it. Just curious if I went. Okay, interesting. So, what if I... Okay. And then I try it again? And then make it small. I wish it didn't affect this area, which I think isn't possible because of stuff. Which is fine. Actually, it would just be this section that I want. For now, I think. Oops. Don't you, friends? Oops. Oh God, want it fast, want it all. Don't need fame. I just want to make a change. So if it was like that, how would it look? That's so much better. Okay. I might do like a small thing here. Actually, just two. And then that way. I always act like I'm the best. Not very careful, your possessions will possess you. I do need 3. Fuck. Okay. There's no appeal, it has no appeal. You can talk like to be. You can talk like a machine. If I connected. Curious if I gave it more points if it would bend nicer. I feel like invoking a texture atlas also might be a good idea, but we'll get there when we get there. Exactly what I want and who I want to be. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get this outer part good then. Okay, cool. Even though this is huge and I didn't mean for it to be. I just wanted to affect. This low-key suits rigging vibes well. Yeah, it matches the mom. Let's listen to more Marina and the Diamonds, actually. I heard that she's actually coming back. I see as the thing changes. Alright, multitasking is my favorite thing on planet Earth. We have a fucking a patio contest, and whoever wins gets $100. So Pixels and I are trying to get that hundo. It's hard because I took them horizontally. I didn't take them vertically. Unless I did take one vertically. I don't think I did, though. Oh, I did. Okay. I'll make some lemonade. Baby, here I come. Straight to number one. In a diary, met a boy. Very dull heart, no joy. Diary, met a boy. To life up, electro hearts. Lickin' lips. Really the sweet home for me with a kiss. Oh my god, my camera makes things so much better. We like line it up nicer. American. Be my biggest fan. Okay, now we just gotta make this look a little sadder. Okay, now I just gotta make this one. I'm also gonna do just levels. Nope, not you. Levels. No. Cool. And I'll do the same. Oh, they did. Oh, it's coming out June 6th. God damn it. have an exposure one. Delete. White balance. Shadows and highlights. And then just wish this like white wasn't so blown out the way it is. Yeah, I think I might take this one off. That's not taking it off, that's adding a pixel layer. Thresholds. Delete, not that one. Curves, that's what I want. GP, CMYK lab. Gray. Nope. Green, blue, alpha. Green. Maybe blue. Yeah, okay. Pingy. Yeah. I'll just delete the old ones. Oops. Oh yeah, and then 320. And then nope. And go back. Okay. Why do you affect the other one? Is it really you? Isn't you gotta have fun when you're done? Be the first to run. Rule number 2. You attach to. How do you get through? I don't like that it affects the whole thing. I mean, it's because I need to redo it. Yeah, there we go. I think I do. Hardness. That. And then. On your sleep. Okay, cool. One second. I'm showing my roommate something. With the slippers, obviously. I just noticed the mini is offset. Mini screen. Actually, the transforms. What it would take. Let's Girls don't want. There you go. Okay. Okay. Because there's so much black, I want to see how much I can get away with just by modifying it, I guess. That's a little bit too much. I think I'm about to do like 2 layers, but yeah. Okay. Move these guys. Oh. Let's go here. Autoconnect. Okay. Actually, can I just do... Oh my goodness, my cat is so sad. My baby kitty is so sad. I feel like I have to move. I feel like this section needs to move. This whole section needs to move. But then I think that means this whole section will need to move. Maybe this section? Just this section, maybe? It's a little rough when it closes, I feel like. Okay, and then if I did... I think I'd have to make a new thing. Parameter. What's this one? Oh, this is a new one. Okay. Okay. I do this one more time. So when the eye closes, I might not need this one. I want this. I think it has to be this one. Okay. And then for this one, I should get this one. Oh, not that, this. And then boop. Control. Is that how I want to do it? That could work. Kind of. Maybe a bit more like this. A little bit more to the left. Control. This is iPhysics. Add 100. Oops. This is going to be. Boop. So now. Let's see. What's up? Okay, why is it position X? Okay, I feel like the effectiveness should be 1. Okay, maybe it has to be higher. You know what? I think another problem with this. That's this, I think. actually minus -1. And now they do it, so it's -1, 1. Okay, so this one go up. Oh, oh. And then this, and then down. I'm gonna do it down. Okay, now is it better? That's a bit better, yeah. Duration needs to be longer. I think it's the shaking influence, it's not the duration. Maybe I need to up it. Like 1. Because if I put it at angle, it's not gonna. Maybe it is angle. Let's put it at like 3. It was like. Maybe like 10. That is too much. So let's go back down to 5, I think. Oh, did I change the default? Defaults repeat. Okay. I don't like that it's like going so far. Okay, so maybe I'm just like the scale is just too much. Like 3 is okay. Got it. Yeah, and then I'd probably do a little bit more over here, I think. Oh lord. Much, much smaller though. Oh. Okay, so this one is the down. And the up. Not that hard though, an up. Just a little bit an up. So that way when we... Okay, and then maybe like... Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Use this brush. Trying to figure out what I want to do with this other one though. My eye closes. I don't make this like that. If I shift it a little bit, it'll be better. I like it. I like it. Oops. Nope, this one. I want to modify one thing again. That's this. Not bad. Okay. Okay, I don't exactly know how to do I smile. Well, I can look at it maybe. I smile from VTuber. I realized in this current moment I was supposed to fucking, what the fuck is this art? Who made this? What the fuck? Yo? Who? What the fuck? That art looks so fucking sick. What the fuck? How I want to follow you? What the fuck? Where'd you get that art? Okay, well. Cries. Okay. So how does I smile work? I smile for VTubers. Is it just like let's see, clapping, IY, copying, paste. Oh, I want I smile. I just want to know how I smile works. I might also just shift. I just shift this just a little bit more. Wait. Okay. No, I shouldn't do that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I want this to move over a bit. I think more. I think this needs to be closer to. Why is that's not changing much? And like, I see. Let's go. Oh, Redo, edit, redo. Okay, cool. What is I smile? Can I just like read it? Can I just read what I smile is meant to be? I want to read it. Oh, I smile is when it's closed and you're smiling, isn't it? I don't want to do that part yet because that sounds confusing. Okay. Won't do that part yet. I do want to modify something though. I feel like this got a bit too different. Why is it doing that? I don't like that it does that. What? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I fucked it. Oh, fuck, damn it. No, my eye. Okay. Oh, well, now it does work. What? Oh, it doesn't. I lied. Okay. Let's see. I think I did prefer it when it was like this. I did it backwards. Alright. Boop. Nope. Nope, that's not it either. Because I feel like the upper eyelashes would just stay. Oh, I think I know the problem. Hold on. Still going a bit too far to the left, I think. I kind of want to scoot this guy. Yeah. Now. Just these two. Are these all the up ones? Yeah. Same with this side. Alright, I can't test it because... Oh fuck, I have to reflect this. Reflect. Oh. And these guys. Hee. Okay, and then this guy too. And then this one, take this way. And then I just modify this. It's a bit smoother. I want this to go here. I don't want to make like the eyelash more extreme, but I wonder if that would be better to do in here. Like make it like 5. That's too much. Adore, I'm the girl you die for. I mean, no, 3 was the best, I think. I feel like I need to make it more extreme. Not far, with joy, diary. Maybe I like that more. And now, this guy goes on all these guys. Here we go. American tan. create. Cool. Realize I should have had a 3. I need to synthesize corners. And also lash lower, I'd have to do these guys. I like the same way I did the other one, to be honest. It's in the center though. Alrighty. And this would go on here. I think I would just do boop, boop. I could do like multiple. I feel like I should be able to do multiple. Yeah, I could do like that. And the other way. Hell yeah. And then do the same with this. If we zoom into the eye. Oh my god, hello, Pancake! How was Breath of the Wild? Pancake Raid, hello Raiders, how's it going? I feel like my shout out didn't go out properly. Oh, it did! Oh, did that part of this here Pancake Gal's got a basement full of chaos, bless her heart. There's right chatty one playing the Breath of the Wild game like it's going out of style. Seems like she's got a soft spot for them short streams too. Ain't no backseat unless they ask for you here. This VTuber's been at it for 3 years now, bless her soul. Y'all come back down and give her a watch. Hi, Moira! Oh my goodness! Moira is also saying hello to the Raiders. The Raiders. You good? You good? Okay, she's good. Hi, how was your stream? Did you have a good stream? good, my love? You good, baby? Okay. Alright, she's walking away. Good, EP. Ooh, get a nap if you're EP. Thank you so much for the raid. But if you do have to take care of yourself, don't fret. Go take a nap. It's no sweat. We're just vibing here as I play around with rigging. I'm playing around with rigging. I need to turn my fan up. It's getting hot. Okay, Google, turn on magic light rope. It's getting dark. Alright, so I left open. Can I smooth that out at all? I feel like I could if I added more vertices to that. Oops. Elaine reading her new model. I'm just trial and erroring. I will probably re-rig this again, to be completely honest, just because, like, there are some small things I want to do. Try out, like, trying how, the art gun does it. But I gotta try off by fire, and I gotta do things like 5 times, so. The eyes work, look at that. Wah, wah. I don't know how I feel about that part. We'll go back to this. Okay. 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 Not what I was expecting when he said that, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, we could probably do it for both of these. Side me. Let's see. Like using my own eye as an example. Neon sign into ghost. The moon seem to be ours. I don't know if I want to do that specifically, but over and over I keep with the world down. Used to love me. You have to do this the opposite way. The sun doesn't go. Seem to be on. How does that look? Give. Okay, I don't like that it's uncentered. And over I keep going. Yeah. That work? Nope. You know why? Because I didn't key it. So I'm dumb. Maybe I want this one to be out. Oop. Maybe I want to reflect all these. There you go. I guess that's fine. I want to try something else. This would be very interesting. Open. Where's the lip reference? If it's off. Okay. Just gonna do this way. Okay, mouth open, closed. Oops. So it's a little bit messy. Okay, I feel like I know why. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, cool. I feel like it should be the center here, so let's do center selected vertice. Move these up. What? Oh, right, it doesn't reflect movement. Just gotta do it right. I forgot that. And I do probably like one more line. Probably. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe not again. I feel like it'd be easy if I just did it by hand, because that's what my brain understands. Oops. I think that's pretty right. I like this in her mouth though. Very good. Are you not like fully 100? You're not. Oops. Okay, so it's not bad. And then the top lip. And then this. Not sure. Cool. Righty. Oops. And then we make a line. Boop, 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 boop. But I do one more line for around the lip. Connect. Yep. This guy. Teeth. Tongue. I'll clip to the inner mouth. What are the fangs? Oh. There you go. We brought this a bit too much. And then the lower lip needs to be adjusted a bit. There you go. Straight lip. Straight lip. And now when she open mouth, oh shit. Oh. Now technically, keep doing more and more. So I'm like, I'm just gonna do the eye. And does the mouth. This one I don't think is that complex. I think I just do a. Let's do it on the. No. I really don't understand why Live 2D is not liking the. It could be that the resolution of this model is not that high. I guess I never looked at the. I guess I didn't look at the resolution of this file. That's something I guess I didn't think about. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. That's good. You cannot hear Mariana. Okay, and then the lower lip will do the same thing. Yep. And we take this guy, lip upper, add, One mouth open. Like that. Oh, give. And this part. Nope, give it. Why don't you go away? Hi, Vika. How you doing? And then... Oh, cool, I already did that one. Oh, wrong one. Okay, good lord. Give. I might have to ask for the model to be scaled up because I don't know what resolution this is in. Maybe that's my only other thing because it's kind of hard to work with it when it's this low. Morganthan's been listening to you. I like listening to you. I hope you're having a good day though. Good Thursday. Ooh. Honestly, I might just add more points. Let's undo this guy. Go back here. No, go away. I did press it. Oh, is it because I didn't auto? God dang it. Yeah, getting VOD scrubbing done. Maybe go buy some plants for inside. Oh, fun. You best be sending me picture what kind of plants you get, ma'am. I would like to know. Want some air filtering? One's cut. Want air filtering one because dying when streaming. That's understandable. That's actually a very good idea. I just have a fan. I just have a fan. That's actually a really good idea, though. Something is being cooked in the kitchen. I think the bottom of the lips are a little bit off. I'll fix that in a second, though. Open mouth. Mouth open. Wah. It looks kind of bad. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to this. I didn't auto mesh this guy, did I? Nope. No, sir. No, you did not. Okay, I'd add more of these then. Yeah, apparently if you shut windows and doors, it's best to have a plant. Apparently, I have. While I'm around Elaine, you will always have a fan. Aw, thanks, I get dizzy because no air. That's solid. I always keep my window open when I'm streaming. About it every single day. Oh, this part doesn't have one either. Cries. Hi, V. Oh, wait, no. Oh, you're saying V like Vika. I thought V was here. I'm making me confused. I'm confused. So there's so many V's. Actually, there's just two, but I feel like I can complain. Every day's gay with kitty cow. That's what I hope. I want to be a comfort character, man. That's my dream. Oh, fuck. I wonder if, like, creating the texture atlas would help with the resolution of this at all. I didn't copy it. Because whenever I've made models, I make them on a pretty large canvas. It's pretty poggers. It is pretty poggers. Okay, let's go. Mouth open. I forgot to take them off. I forgot to take them off. Oh my god. Open sign. Like doing the eyelids, yeah. Like, I think he wants me to show you all the sexy outfits that I have with this. That's why. Right. Just make me nice. I think that's a bit better. Let me see. I didn't key it. Fuck. Is this the way it ends? Level of concern. Oh, fuck. Cries. You're talking about the face, but feel free to show off. Yeah, okay. Also doesn't... I don't think I look that good bald. I think you're just being silly.
Ulog.
Wowg. 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 Me too. Tell me what, alright. Tell me what. Okay, now how's it look? Why are you weird? Why are you weird? Why are you being weird? Be weird. Open a mouth. Why? Why is it like this? Lip, 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 lip. And some top. Mouth. Open mouth. Mouth. Okay, I'm invoking the texture atlas, which means I have to toggle the screen off. Toggle it off. Toggle it all off, chat. 2040 is fine. Cancel automatic layout. Fine. What the fuck? You can't see anything. It's blurred. It's okay. It's blurred. It's okay. It's blurred. Make the texture actually small. What the fuck? Okay, well, I didn't want to place all of that. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's do, like, the body parts. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, that's not. Fuck. Hair, tail, not that one. Ah! Oh, that hurt. I clicked all those and it didn't matter because I clicked to a different page. Fuck. It'd be easier to just click the things I don't want. Actually, it's fine. Let's do that guy. Place. Automatic layout. Okay. That's like a big sheet for nothing. Okay. And let's see if that helps at all. It didn't! Fuck! Okay. I was hoping that would help the resolution a little bit, but it didn't. Fries. Alright, the new question is, can I resize it myself? Because if so, then we're fine. Now it's working. Now it's working. Okay. Okay, well, I just kind of want to do the mouth lower then, and then I'll find out if I can... up the resolution. Ma. Hey, she opened her mouth now. Cool. Alright. Save that bad boy and see if I can up-res him. I'm gonna blur it really quick just in case I forgot something. Okay. Flatted layer view. Document setup. It should be fine. Let me check something. Wait, we'll just do this one. This one is... let's do pixels, inches. Huh, this is 70... no, that's like bigger, isn't it? Actually, I could just copy the body and find out. Yeah, she's like a quarter of the size. Okay, can I document setup? Can I rescale it? Can we do it? Let's do it's inches. Let's do like 28. I did fuck up a little bit though. Oh. Okay, that's way too much. Okay, cool. Let's do inches. Let's do just 12. And then okay, it's like a little bit smaller now. I want to make it like even. So let's do 15. Felt a little off today. Had a lot to say. End up talking to yourself. There we go. Now they're like the same size. Okay, save. Export PSD. This one, yep. Okay, now that it's resized, would LiveTD be happy about replacing it or no? I hope it'd be okay with replacing it though. File open. Deluxe model replace, okay. Oh damn. Pooh. Okay, I'd have to redo it then. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious about something. Is this how mine looks? And toggle overlay test. Elaine. Elaine, where am I? Shoot. Now this is gonna take 20 years to load. Maybe. I don't think it wants to load the file. I think it might be too big. I think it might be too big, chat. Chat. I think what's the open? I think it's too big. Fuck. Okay. That's fine. That's what we're in for today. Then. With that. Because I want to do something else now. I ever learn, I don't know how. And suddenly lose control. Fire inside my soul. Just one look and I can hear a bell ring. It smells like vodka in my fucking house. Whoa, whoa. Mia. Here we go again. Mama, how can I resist ya? Mamma mia. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. I don't really know what I want to do now. Oh, this is the wrong overlay. The house smells like alcohol. I don't like it. I don't like it, y'all. I don't like it. I'm angry inside about the things that you do. Oh my god, I have so many things. Wait up my mind. What's in here? You go. First time the bore, I let you know. I won't be away too long. I'm not that strong. One look and I can hear everything. Just one look and I can fan everything. Whoa, whoa. Okay. I don't like how it smells like alcohol in my house. It makes my tummy hurt. Chat, I'm a little fucking stupid little baby. I don't like it. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. I might redo my swaying charm. I think I want to do that. Samples. This needs to go on examples.
My house smells like poop.
My house smells like poop. My house smells like poop. Do I have anything that smells nice? Does agave sweetener smell nice? It doesn't help. It doesn't help. It didn't help. It didn't help. It didn't help. It didn't help. I'm getting upset. I didn't have a... That's fine. It's fine. I think it looks okay. Alright. Ref. I want you to know me. Okay. What are those? These? It's an artist that I follow on Twitter and Blue Sky. I was referencing their art style for my new overlay. Like this stuff, you can see it's quite similar to like how they do their like wood. You know me, just making like a 50th fucking overlay because why not? Why the fuck not, chat? I really want you to want me. And then they make like these little critters. I like them because I was thinking of maybe upgrading BLT to kind of be like this a little bit. A little bit. Tails of the way. Look at this big guy. Big egg. This little guy, he's so cute. And can I tell you something? Yeah, what's up? I want to like have it attached. I really want you to want me. Sometimes you cook too hard. You are enough. You do enough, babes. You. Oh, stop it. You. Mwah. Oh, I rest too much to say. When I'm not streaming, I'm sleeping. Amen, brother. Don't amen that. Don't amen. Stop it. See, I would be inclined to agree if I was literally doing anything else with my day. I sit here, I stream. Well, okay, I wake up, I clean the kitchen, I stream. You guys would know what I'm doing, I'm streaming, and then I go to bed. When? What do you mean, when? I don't have a job. That's all I do. Oh, Buffy would tell you. No, Buffy will tell no lies. She doesn't sleep, does she? I sleep! You're right. It's Women's Month. A woman. It's not Women's Month anymore. So if you need a rag on me, you can. Women's Month was last month. Dude, I sleep from like 3 a.m. to like 11. That's like 3. Sometimes I sleep earlier, but like the latest I'll sleep is like 2 or 3. So it's like, see, like 3 is like, or okay, I'll do like 2, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I sleep for like 9 hours. No, I don't do anything in my sleep. I just sleep. To work hard, but also eat hard. Yeah. I just stream and I stream and I sleep. That's why I feel like you think I do a lot when I don't, because I am not doing a lot. I just stream and I sleep. I'm just a little guy that streams and sleeps. That's me, hi. I'm a little guy that just streams and eats. Should I go outside and probably have a life? Yeah, probably, but I can't be fucked with that right now. I can't be fucked right now, as the British would say. They wouldn't say that. I don't know why I said that. I apologize. I don't know why I even said it like that. I'm sorry, Boff. Yeah, I really don't know why I said it like that. That's what I imagine someone who is British saying when they can't be fucked to do something. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. People are shit. Inside is where all my friends are on my computer. Yeah, but you gotta get some sun sometimes. Stray cats, they call, you know? Yeah, I think that's fine. It looks like a little hook. Looks like a little hook. Hook. I'm deciding if I want to do the same shit or not. I don't think I do. You don't gotta get sun. I'm living. The doctor says I need sun. I'm taking vitamin D pills because I don't get enough sun. I've been asking my housemate to take me for a ride on Harley, though. I get sun and stay away from people, go fast. I mean, that's valid. That's fucking valid, though. That's actually, that works. It's good enough for me, you know? Okay, I kind of want it to... How much vitamin D you taking? I'm taking... I'm taking only 50 milligrams? MCG? I don't know what MCG means. Taking a very baby amount. I'm taking one per day. I gotta take them too. We all gotta take them. It's getting hot in my office. What is this? My cat's sleeping in here? Okay. I like take 2,000 a day. Damn.
I got your extra vitamin D right here, grabs pants.
And stop, grab. You don't even have pants. Don't make me show stream that you have no pants. I know that converts to your American stuff. Oh, here, hold on. I can show you. I take these. I take these guys. I take one of these. Sometimes I'll eat a woman's gummy vitamin, but I'm typically lazy and I forget. Also, do you guys think that when objects swing, right? When objects swing, should it hit this and then come back? Or should it like go past? Like, cuz right now it's going past it and I feel like it shouldn't go past the screen. You know? So I have a dick but no pants, exactly. Yep. How it works. Here at the Milk Club. I didn't take the... There we go. Where's my pen? Where is my pen? I don't want to wear my bow anymore. We're off the clock, chat. Let me take this bow off. That's not my bow. That was my belt. Sorry. Well, let's take the band-aid off too. Fuck it, let's get freaky. I'm kidding. Alien, I have grand... Oh! News? News? Is it the news you posted on the socials, or is it new news? Regardless, I want to hear the news. Tell me the news. What news? What news do you have? Where the fuck is my pen? Is my pen in here? Ah, here it is. Ooh, maybe I do want to fuck myself hard. Ooh. Ooh, did you know it's Alien Day and all Alien games? What the fuck? I already have Alien Isolation. I'm just a pussy and I don't want to. I typed Alien. Oh, that's valid. Alien and Elaine sound very similar. Alien. Yeah, they are on sale. All Alien games seem to be on sale. Alien Isolation, Rogue Incursion, the Alien bundle's 80% off for $10. That's cool. That's cool. I want to play Monster Con. That game looks cool. You know what other game looks cool? Fucking Gecko Shop. I want Gecko Shop. Replicue? What the fuck? I'm a whore for Alien. Understandable. Like in a sexual way or just like you enjoy the game way, you know? Both are valid. To be completely honest, both are valid. I'm just curious. Do they have a gem? A gem reference? No joke, Alien vs. Predator is actually good. I have never seen that movie. But I trust. I trust and believe. Excuse me, sorry. Pokerman card. A very unholy fucked up way. Mommy don't know that, but ba 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 ba, and doing something unholy. You know, it's okay. Ooh, I think I'm gonna fuck myself. Not the game, I mean. Oh, valid. Okay, I have ideas. I have a lot of ideas in my brain. Ideas are happening. You go first person alien and crawl on walls. Whoa, that's actually really cool sounding. This guy. Why? You stretch where you fix? Nope. Okay. That's fine. Fine. I get it. I get it. And then I want kind of same sound. None of that. There you go. Now I got a little orb. Little orb. Yeah, 3 campaigns. Aliens, Predator, Marine. What's Marine? How do they do orb? How do they do orbs? I want an orb. They do a highlight and a low light, or is it just highlights? Orb. Orb. I feel like they do a shadow too. You guys got orbs? You're orb-ish. I think they do. Colonial Marine and humans. Ah, that's cool. Huh? There you go. I wanna do that. Or why'd you say that so fast? Why'd you say that so fast? You okay? Did you like cough something up?
Ob.
Ob. Ob. Can you say booba? Can you say booby? I think it's funny when you say booby. Booba. Was it booba? Booba? Booaba?
Booba.
Booba. Booba. Booba. Booba. Booba. Booba. Booba. Hi, V. Ow, 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 my brain. Hi. Hi, how are ya? Can I put this in here? Yee. Yee. Okay, we have one orb. Orb one. No, 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 no. And now I have to decide if this is really what I want to do for like 50,000 times. Because I don't have like a little stamp brush for this. It's okay, we can like multi-duplicate them. Nice to party. Like, what if this one was bigger though? Because it's the one that's like hanging on there. And then these orbs like go below it. I just don't super like all these orbs, I think. Like, I think it looks really cute because it's so tiny on here. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe they just need to be smaller. But that's so friggin' small. Like, you can't even... Okay. New idea. Keep 2 of them. Okay. And then rounded rectangle. And then we're going to take my skin color. Skin. Where's my skin? Make it more brown. Give me silver. I'd rather have silver. Oop. Oh fuck. That's like 1.9. Let's do 2. La la da 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 da. I love this song. Layer convert to curves. Spend 10 months and 20 days. Been lost in the morning. Till the morning I'm screaming. What the heck? Why do I? Got 2 in the morning, house and screaming your name. Look at your picture, why do I feel this way? I feel like I made the outlines too dark. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Why do I? Come on. There you go. 10 months and 20 days. I've been wondering the same damn thing. Go 2 in the morning, who's my screaming your name? There's a fly on my screen. Oh, get off. Oh, I killed it. Oh, no. Oh, no, Chad, I killed the tiny fly. Okay, we're good now. That's right, don't be a fly in the milk club. You'll get murdered. Especially if you're a fucking horsefly, dude. You will get your shit fucking rocked, let me tell you what. Horseflies are nasty. Leave the larvae. Where's this one? In a spot that don't matter. What about this guy? Same thing. Cool. Cute. I just varied it just a little bit. Will it help? Not really. That's fine. This is the rope. This is the tied area. Maybe just it's like overall too small. Scoot it over a little bit. Why? This one should be on top. Oh, on top. There you go. There you go. And you're 2.4. You should be 2. I wonder if this would look better if it was down. No, it would not. Cool. Over to curves. Let's see, it goes down to, hold on, if I hide my screen, I can measure. It goes down to the bottom of the cloud, okay. So it goes like down to here. Well, maybe these should be at the bottom instead. Actually, that kind of looks better. Keep cracking relationships. I have the file for this, don't I? Stream. Overlay. Goshness. Maybe not, okay. Maybe not. That's fine. I don't really care. Especially because this one has such an easy way to make them now. It's so nice. Excuse me. Go away. Oh. What the fuck? How do I want to do it? Everything's like curved. Nothing really has sharp angles, I'd say. So the wingding thing, swinging thing, the swinging thing. Yeah, I'm remaking it. I don't know how I want to do it though. I don't know why I said wingding. That's not the curves. Oh yeah, I should have layer convert the curves first. Taken these guys. Made these smaller first. And then curved it. Yeah. This guy, let's make him a 2. Yeah, otherwise it starts on the edge and it blows out in the wind. Yeah. Why didn't this change to 2? Part of me wants to make like this smaller to see if I can get like a bigger thing on this. Nope. Okay, cool. Yes, curious. Alright. Thanks. Thanks. Let's make it smaller. Move this guy, take this guy, and make him sharper. Not that sharp though. I kind of don't know if I want these. Yes, I do want them. I just want them to be bigger. Or maybe I just want them to be rounder. Oh, nope, nope. Yeah, there we go. So that way we can have these colors. Maybe I don't want this. No, I think I just don't like this shape. Shape of the shadow. Now, new question. Is there any... I think inner glow? No, inner shadow would work, I think. The thing I'm thinking of? No. Inner glow center. Normal. Color overlay, outer glow, outer shadow. But that's like kind of it, but not it. Actually, no, it would be an outer shadow, wouldn't it? Like this way. Instead of that, let's do multiply with this color. Yeah. We're gonna be wrapped. It linger. What? Nope. Clicking all the wrong buttons today, chat. Ain't no button pressing for me. This one in here. What, I'm curious what the outline is on this. 10? Let's try 10. Okay, maybe like 7. Just want it more. Put it on the outside. It's not that worst, I think. Wait. Okay, no, it should be there. I think I like it with a thicker outline. 5, I think it was. The Devils doing 4. 2. Same with you. Yeah. Back to some the sentimental news. Sounds. Give it to me. Living dead girl. Okay, does it look better flipped? Kind of, because it looks like it's like reflected. Like the shape language is kind of reflected, which is nice. Oh, you didn't get bigger, did you? What? There we go. I don't really like the way that you're angled. Yeah. Beautiful. Makes you louder. Sing it to me. Actually, I'm quite curious about something. Okay. Let's say it's on top. And then same here. Okay, obviously it's much shorter. And then this one goes behind the other one. Oh, got it. Ooh. Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. 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 I like that a lot. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Constantinople. Go back to Constantinople. Go Constantinople. The Turks. I like it more if these were outlined with that color? I think so. New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Noble than the Eastern Post, Constantinople. Constantinople. I don't like how dark that is. Okay. Oh, okay. I can't say people just like it better that way. Constantinople, and I go back to Constantinople. Constantinople. This but the Turks. Okay, and then we take another tiny guy. We pop them up. Pop them up. So it's the other way around. That means this long rope. First, you gotta go up here. Second, you are wrong. Cabide down. Cabide down. Thank you so much for the save the work. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Ramen. Scoot him up a little bit. Do it a little bit and bring it on down. Look at that. See, I think that looks nice because, like, you get the little layering effect. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like deciding if I want to do another star gem though. Like this one, and like made a YouTube channel, currently in a food coma, and joined the art. Yahoo! Sounds like a lovely day. Sounds like a very fucking productive day, to be honest. I hope it's been a good one though. I hope it's been good and productive, you know? I hope it didn't give you any headaches. Trying to decide if that's what I want to do. If I do that though, I could take this guy and also scoot him up. And then do another one of these that goes underneath here and just do one of these. But if I do that, I think this has to be bigger. No, I think it has to be like that big. I don't really like that. I don't think the shape language works as well for it because it's a tip. It's a pointed tip. It goes for this guy. This one I almost want to like bring it down a bit more. It's just there's no transitionary point between these two. So like, I kind of feel like it's a little lost on how nice it could look, but I think that's okay. I want to bring this up a little bit. You, sir. You, sir. You. Yes, you, sir. You're gonna go up here. I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not cute. I think it would just be nice to have like an accent of red. Because my eyes are red. Look at my beautiful little eyeball. I could make a heart. I could do the thing I did last time and make a heart. I learned something about YouTube today. What did you learn, my love? What did you learn? Tell me. telling me the secrets. Apparently, if you export VODs straight from Twitch, they don't push them on the algo. That's fun. Oh, really? That's kind of gross. I didn't know that. That's kind of gross. I am kind of not surprised, though. That is, like, that sounds like a really shitty way for, like, YouTube to be like, use our platform. Don't just try to be lazy and export. Even though the exporting thing is fucking great. And it's kind of disappointing that they wouldn't take advantage of that, but I guess it's whatever. I don't work for YouTube. Yep, been doing that for years. Damn. Yeah, I manually upload because do I have a reason? I have a reason for why I don't do that, but I don't remember what it is right now. I think it's because, I don't know why I don't do it for VODs, actually. I don't know. I think it's because I upload them a week beforehand. Like a week later, actually, a week later. That's so sucky bellies. Now we all know how to finesse YouTube. Yeah! Yeah, we learning together. We learn the CEO's secrets together, and then we can eat them later. You know? I like this a lot. I think this is kind of cute, actually. I need the heart to have a little bling, though. Size routine, I just fast download it and leave for work. That's valid. I normally just do it manually just because I think there's just like something that I want to edit a lot of the times. If I don't want to edit it, it's fine. It also gives me like a backup, like a double backup system, I think is why I do it personally. Cause like if you do it manually, then you got twice. I don't care. I don't have time to edit my VODs. They aren't my main content anyway, just for archives. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, yeah. Oh yeah. I only started uploading my VODs, to be fair, because of the stupid ass Twitch running out of space bullcrap. To be honest. Cute. I do highlights like I do now on the occasional funny stream. That's valid. Yeah, that's valid. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, my friend. I'm going to steal something from something else that I have. Bits, give me this. Give me. And then turn you back on. Yes! A win for the lazy. A win for the lazy. Be like Elaine, but it doesn't match up. Shh. It will in a second. Honestly. Came to the realization I can only do what I came to the realization I can only do what I can do. Sometimes it's a month apart. I edit shorts. Yeah, same. Honestly, like while I do like do TikTok content daily, I don't post my clips all that often. And I'm very lucky and very fortunate for the community that I have because you guys clip me a lot, but sometimes I get lazy and then I forget and then I don't do it and then I cry. Okay, thanks. Shit. Dude, you gotta stop calling me out. You gotta stop with this calling me out shit, man. I mean, it's a good fucking song, so I feel like you shouldn't call me out, you know, as hard as you do, but it's whatever. Yeah, no, I like that. Why are you weird? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's because it's not 180. What? Negative 180. Oh, you stinky motherfucker. Why are you weird? So you're not centered nicely. Sometimes we get in slash clips soon too. Yeah, I saw that. I think I saw you commenting on that or something. No, it was Jules. I think it was Jules. And clips while watching and same time. Yeah, that's so fucking nice. I'm so glad that they're adding that. You gotta be fucking sweet. I like it a lot more because it'll keep viewer retention. And it's just nice overall to have. Huge, I know, right? Agreed. Agreed. Arms around me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like the colors are off. Okay, I like that one. I can get rid of a clip redeem. You have a clip redeem? Tell me more. Why do you have a clip redeem? That's better. It's cute and I like it. It's cute and I like it. This is the keychain. Now the question is, do I make it bigger for export? I think I do, and then I resize it later. Is it an auto clips? Oh my fucking god, that's smart as fuck though. Actually, that would be really smart if you had that for sorry, fucking what's it called? My brain is dying. Fuck. For like, what's it called? Fuck. Like time stamping? You know, like you can how you can timestamp your stuff. That'd be pretty neat. Oh. It creates markers so I can find the thing they clipped, and it tries to grab a 30-second clip so but I can check it. That's cool. Hella useful. Sounds hella useful. Come on. Come underneath you. Yeah. Those both clip and mark? Nice. That's smart. That's smart. You know that it's time to embark. Bro. Okay. I take you guys and I'll make you a size 10. Ew. I think that's fine actually. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, cool. Well, it looks like it's stretching, which I don't like. Why are you stretching? Okay, you know what? We can just do it again. Yeah, that looks better, right? Me, I went to the extreme. There's nothing impossibly. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah. Layer, convert to curves. There we go. Now center it. Yippee. Yeah, nothing that I don't mean. Ooh. Something I didn't think about. Didn't need to be thought about. Nice. Nice. Beep beep. Ah. Oh, you guys can also have 10. 10. Why are you stretching? Oh, you're pissing me off. Designer 2. Line brush vector. Stretching, not repeating. Don't use white to create a texture image, or use any other color, then change the color when you want. If you want blank on your painting, you have to make it transparent. If your search image is small, it's not fully done. Fine, I'll make it again. I don't want to make it again, but I will. That's the wrong color. Flip. Nope. The tablecloth. Bow. Bow. McGar will be in system of down. With BYOB or any system of down is peak. I know. It's such like, it's just a mood, man. You're either in it or you're not, you know? You're either with it or you ain't. Fuck, I deleted the wrong one. Where the frick are you? What do you mean? Where am I? What do you mean? I'm right here. Why are you freaking out? Also, you should get fucking repo. Why don't you have repo? Do you have repo and I just don't know? Last off, it's party time. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm gonna pretend like I know what's going on, but I don't know what's going on. This one should be above. This one should be below. I don't own it because I'm a stingy bitch and only buy Apex skins? What the fuck, brother? Fine. Time to save up to get Nox. Let's get Nox that game. Ah, I see. It's gonna be stretch, isn't it? I don't like that it's stretched, bro. Pisses me off. I can actually buy. You don't have to. I just, you know, Elaine's been on a little bit on a repotism as of late. Your mom gave you. Whoa! Pog mom? Pog mom? Pog mom? We love mom. We love Nox mom. Momsia? Momsia? We love Momsia? Wait, what the fuck? Only if you wanna get it, buddy. You don't have to get it, though. I'm just memeing. I'm just memeing. But if you get it, we can play. I want to listen to... Why do they always end up war? And the cute. I want to listen to the one about jerking off. No, I don't want to listen to this one. Not that one. Not that. Is it in here? Yeah, it's this one. Violent porno. Oh, I didn't mean to add it to my list. I'm trying to add it to the queue. Yeah. Wait, Nox, when you said your mommy bought it for you, are you telling me that you have a sugar mom? Or did your mom actually buy it for you?
No.
Hi, Ghoulie! What's up, gamers? Welcome on in, gamers. How was your stream? How was Claire Obscure Expedition 33? I saw that on Steam today. Well, I'll be Ghoulie Bees, a right peculiar critter. They is a VTuber, you say? More like a PNG tuber if you catch my... Wow, okay. Fucking rude, Frosty Tool. It's kind of rude. They were playing some game called Claire Obscure, whatever incarnation that is. Reckon it's some fancy talk for light and a shadow. They also celebrating their third year streaming. Congrats on 3 years of streaming. I hope it's been a fun ride for you and your loves. But hello everyone. I am Elaine. If you don't know me, I do silly, goofy things all the time. Every day. I still don't know why Claire was so obscured. Man. Hello, it was great. I'm glad. Maybe it was... I don't know. I was trying to think of something clever, but I'm really not that clever. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really that clever at the end of the day, you know? You know, bud? I'm not that clever. I wish I was Canadian sometimes. Sometimes, chat, I wish I was Canadian. Also, sorry, I meant my actual mom. It's just more funny to say mommy instead of mom. Yeah, no, dude, that's valid. I was just, like, really curious if you meant that you have a sugar mom. Because if so, why the fuck ain't you sharing? You know if you had a sugar mom, you know she has enough to share. Alright. Sorry, but welcome on in, Raiders. Ghoulie, if you need to get rest, feel free to do so. I know it's about dinner time for quite a few people, so feel free to get rest if you need to. Otherwise, we're just hanging out, having a silly old time. I'm bullying Noxie into getting repo, you know, the typical things. Typical things that friends do to one another. I don't like this. I don't exactly know why I don't like it. I want it to be like that. I think I want this one to be like that. I can't. I don't know. I liked it before. Don't like it now. Zephyr Aurelia, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm so tired, but I'll be lurking for a bit at the very least. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, definitely get rest if you're tired. We're just, you know, we're just doing this thing. This thingamajig. I have decided upon myself to do because I thought it'd be cool. But I think it will be cool because I'll rig it in a second. I wish I had a sugar muscle mommy, bro. My friend is... Does your friend have a muscle mommy? Why are they not sharing? That's the real question. Why are they not sharing? You know? I don't want to remake the rest of this. I got lazy. I'm getting lazy. I don't want to, because I didn't make it at that scale and I fucked up, but that's okay. It's okay, chat. It's okay. Pastime activity. Top. Below. Wait, that's. Wait, what? Oh no, this would actually go here. What am I doing? I got this like all backwards. Because that's polyamory. That's that's amory for real. I'm so jelly on the low. No, that's valid. I'm jealous. I too am now jealous of your friend. So, you know, it's all good. It's all good. We can be jealous together. Okay, it's this guy. And then this guy. Nope, I'm still wrong. What? Okay. It's fine. You know, it works, and that's kind of all that matters. Except for you. You were wrong. You are wrong. Why are you wrong? Is it because it... Eating sick is a pastime activity. Okay. This is a rasterize. This is the keychain. That's gonna go in example. And then this is keychain OG, which goes here and gets locked. This is file new. Somewhere in the sacred silence and sleep. Okay. And then it's not flashbang chat or myself, please. Thank you. Okay. Rasterize. Wish there was a hotkey for rasterizing, but there's not in this program. Don't rasterize. Rasterize. Honestly, I should be adding that to all of these. Rasterize. Sure, actually, it's fine if it keeps it. I have to remember how to. Oh no, I remember how. Everybody quit. Everybody. Where's your file save as? Live 2D. Keychain. Everybody sucks. Everybody sucks. Where's keychain? To open this again. Violent pornography. Chicks and sodomy. Shit you get on your TV. Violent pornography. Chicks and sodomy. Oh shit. I honestly feel like you're a real one if you know this song, by the way. I was so taken aback the first time I heard this song, but it's kind of catchy, high key. Certified Hood Classic. I just like it. I just think it's funny that it's about Paul 1. Okay, so this is gonna stay. Yeah, why is it so fuck? Fuck, chat. Fuck. I'm upset. Chat, I'm upset. Chat! I knew this song in high school. I think I knew it in college. I think this was like a college song for me. Fuck! Okay. We gotta do this for the third time. And then I'll and then I'll rig it. And then we'll call it. Chicks inside of me. The shit you see on your TV. The violent pornography. Choking chicks inside of me. And the shit is on your TV. Your TV. I love this song. This is such a good song. What? I'm watching you. Haley, how do you feel about cursed memes? Send them to me. Is that what you're asking? If you're allowed to send me a cursed meme, brother, send me one. Also, Boffy, do you want to do Repo again next week? Just curious if I should plan that. Yes? Send it to me then. Oh, I love this song. I'll be down. Okay. Okie dokie, I will plan the next one. Tension. Elections. Extra outline. Let's give me the biggest problem is TikTok. It's not. You want me to watch this on stream? Mobile? Or do you want me to watch it after? I can watch it now or later. I don't care. Talk, baby. So watch it. It'll be SFW. Okay. Excuse me? Hold on. I gotta. Okay. Oh, my internet sucks. I really need to check my internet settings. Cause oh my god, my shit sucks. I'm sorry. I heard the audio, but I didn't see it. Hold on, I'm gonna watch it on my phone. Hold on. Hold on. I feel like that's so fucking funny. I love the audio that you chose. Hold on. I'm gonna watch it on my phone. Oh shit. I didn't get to the ending. That's funny. Ooh, that's funny. I like the throwing up and then the song playing, the fucking god damn, that's funny. That was a good one. I like that. I would get lots of views off of that one. It's so stupid. I love it. I smashed the Vine with the recent Big Boss music. Yeah, no, that's fucking great. I hope fucking that goes viral. That's really funny. I like it. What the fuck? propaganda. Thank you. Yeah, you did great. 10 out of 10. I'm very proud of you. Oops. Biggest problem is TikTok, not global warming. I've seen the original video. Dude, the original video is insane. I legit don't know if the hot dogs went into his lungs or something. I want to look it up. Look it up. If my internet allows me to. Hey, look, it's my video. Hey, that's my video. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. I was like, am I not subbed to you? Hold on. Yeah, I am. Okay, I was gonna be like, I didn't know I was on my alt account, the VOD account. Vine guy sucking hot dog. I hate the internet is dying. It was like out of sync. Hold on, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for it. I'm gonna wait for it. So fucking blurry. I love it. This is making me so upset that I can't watch a YouTube video. It's making me so upset. It's a 10 out of 10 meme. That is a very funny meme. I'm gonna be quoting that now. I guess I got hot dog down so fast. I don't want to listen to this song. Let me listen to something else, please. Indie music? That's not indie music. This is not indie music. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to that either. Thank you. No. No, this is for tomorrow. It's tomorrow kind of music. Okay, Bo Burnham's good. Just say, hold it. Maybe I should make that like an audio thing, the hot dog. That'd be funny. Okay, so the orbs are done. Keychain. And, get on out of your seat. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Joe Vulcan. Glizzy. We luckily we don't have a Glizzy redeem yet, so. Feeling nervous? Are you having fun? It's almost over. Just begun. Does anybody else have any other collab games that they would suggest, by the way? I'm just kind of curious. Because I feel like I should probably play more than just Repo. Probably. You know? I'm trying to make it this like this and then layer span stroke. Let me think. Yeah, if you got a list, dude, like let me know. Because like I feel like I should be playing more than just Repo, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with Repo, I'm just saying like maybe you should be playing other games too. I do sometime want to play Pilgrim again, though. Power Wash Sim? That's valid. Is that not too cozy, though? I guess it depends. Depends on the company, I guess, actually. Mono Hummer? Mono Hummer take energy, though. Program is progress. Program is progress. It's a talkie while cleaning game. Played up. Oh, I do want to play Play-Doh sometime. We saw Walls and Grommets. Walls and Grommets. Wah 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 we wah 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 we wah. And we do. This is true. We do. Sorry, I just couldn't talk for a second. I think I died. I don't trust this. I don't trust it. I don't trust that I will make by hand. Don't know why it do like that, but that is okay. This one. Are you having fun? Am I okay? Yeah, I'm great. I am great. Just had a little bit of a stroke. You know, the thing that happens sometimes. Need to smoke more, maybe? I don't smoke, man. I'm not high. It's only Thursday. Okay, to be honest, I was thinking about getting high earlier today. Just like a little bit. Just like a little bit, you know? Just like a little bit. But I was like, no, it's fine, Elaine. You're gonna get high tomorrow. You don't need to get high today. Really regret getting high on Monday. I'm not smoking right now. No. Yes. Are ya smoking yet, son? No. No. Do tomorrow. Get high tomorrow, chat. Get high tomorrow and do something. What? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do after D&D. I'm gonna do something. Maybe Minecraft. Did you see the Kakagurui? I have not. It looks so ass, thank God. I was so afraid you were gonna be like, it looks so good. And I'll be like, eh. I honestly, personally, do not really like live actions of animes. I just don't. I don't know why, but I don't really like them. I feel like, yo, it's animation for a reason. You know, it's cool as an animation. Because there's some things that you can do in animation that you can't do in real life. That's the cool thing about it, you know? What if all of a sudden we're just gonna do live action stuff? I don't want to watch it. I don't wanna. It's not my thing. Buffy sent me it. Buffy sent me it. I'm scared. Oh my god, song. See, banana man. Walking down. And do you want a banana? Want a banana? Banana for you. How am I itch as fuck? No! She don't even slay! What do you mean? I know that's the main girl. I know that in the fucking thing, it was supposed to be the main girl. It looks so bad. Is that who I think it is? No, it's not. No, don't like it. I loved Kakegurui because of how extreme they made the faces. Like the little, like, the pleasure faces that the main girl would do. It's not it. It's not it. You like a banana. Like, I know my internet wasn't doing it any justice, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't like it. I already don't like it. My girl is insane, clinically insane, and that's what I love about her. You can't just take that away from her and expect me to so like it. Okay, I think I like that pretty good. Do you want a banana? Do you want a banana, chat? Tell me, chat, do you want a banana? Do you want a banana? Oh, thank God, is a picture. No, no. Look at her. Look at her. Can't get those red eyes. Hey! No comment. No! I mean, like, she looks cool and all, but she doesn't... It's not the same. It's not the same. You fucking... They didn't even give her the mask is crazy. Black hair? The white hair is what made her cool. I guess they didn't want a lolly, I guess. Who is that? They couldn't even get a blonde bitch? What do you mean they couldn't even get a blonde bitch to... I'm getting mad about the live action. I'm getting mad about the live action anime Kakegurui that Bobby is putting in my face to show me what it's like. And I don't, it's making me upset because I don't like it. It's making me upset because it's bad. It's a bad adaptation and I don't like it. And I'm not very vocal about my disdain for bad adaptations. But this one is making my cock small. Hello, welcome on in. I'm sorry you had to come in with me talking about how small my pee-pee is, but I hope you enjoy it here nonetheless. I know Elaine is cultured, so she would be suitably mad. I feel like I'm more than suitably mad, you know? That shit pisses me off. Like, you have, like, I personally really like the story of Kakegurui. I like the insanity of it. Like, you're so naked. I'm off work, you know? We're after work hours kind of naked, you know? Taking my tie off kind of naked, you know? Is that the remake of Lion King, Good or Bad? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I just like the song, the brother song. What the fuck is it? Is this it? No, it's this one, isn't it? Brother. It's this one. It's not that one. It's this one. It's this one. This song has been memed a bit because it sounds like Gumball Watterson. It might be Gumball Watterson. Yeah. Yeah. Brother. Yeah, dude. Okay, on God though, is the voice actor for this guy, is it Gumball Watterson though? Movie. Hi. No, I'm good. Is this Mufasa? Who sings this? Brian, Theo. I think it's Aaron Pierre. No. Who the fuck sings in this? Is it Muli? I think it's this guy. Brother. Yeah, I think it's this kid. He sounds like Gumball Watterson though. I love Gumball. we go. I fixed it. I think, is that fucking Lin-Manuel though? What'd you say to my brother? Brother. I say so. It doesn't say that Lin-Manuel is in it, but there's someone that sounds like him in there too. Oh, and then they're aging up. Okay, I wind down for Betty's. Make sure to get some sleep, dude. Oh, I will. Don't worry, I will. I don't know why this is so dumb. I love this song. That's too dark. What means you should understand. It's not right. Something's not right. Something's not right with your boy. Something's not right. Oops. You're always rolling. You're hybrid. Feeling away from you haters. It's coming. I'm gonna burn this whole place down. Oh, motherfucker, I'm a pirate now. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Motherfuckers. Na, 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 na. Oops. Tell me the hoe. Show me the ropes. Look me your hoe. So I need a hook hand, hook hand. Oh, you're a peg leg. For eye out, for eye patch. There, converters. Oops. Die, friend. Oh, man. The boat. Alright, I'm gonna delete this guy. I'm a pirate. And I'm lying away from you hazers. Nobody please me. It's not easy. No sure. I'm a pirate now. Bow, 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 bow. Motherfuckers. Frog. Frog of the dream. Lumen. Oh, fucker. I'm a goddamn frog. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Motherfucker! I'm gonna redo this actually. Actually, no, I need the colors. A violet, be a fireman or a... Oh, fuck. With a dream. Woman. I'm a goddamn frog. My booty. Frictionless wipe. I'm gonna be here all night. Frictionless wipe. Frictionless wipe. $32. Fuck. Wait, what was this one? 42. And this what? Okay, and then if the sun is coming from this way, it'd be here. I probably will have to rig this off stream. That's okay. I'll also be here all night long. Oh wait, that was 185. Okay. Wait, this is spooking me. Your head at... This is not what I expected, but I kind of like it. Ooh, this is not the correct blue. That's better. Cool. Alrighty, chat. I will go rig this off stream and make it all nice and pretty. Yes. Alright, I will go do that. Actually, let me open it to make sure it looks nice. Because if it looks bad, I'm gonna be mad. Open. Yeah, that's better. It's better. Alright, who's still streaming? Zungi's doing stuff. Let's go raid Zungi. Go raid Zongi, because Zongi's doing charity live streams, so if you guys have a little cash to spare, maybe throw it their way. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had a great time. We got a lot of shit done. Tomorrow is a D&D day, so I'll see you guys back here again tomorrow for some D&D. If you guys want a raid message, here's a raid message. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great day, a great night, depending on where you are. Night night gamer, night night homies. I hope you guys have a great time over there. Be sure to use a raid message if you wanna. Let them know where you came from. Otherwise, remember to be good, be great, and please be motherfucking brave, okay? Bye!